All right. Hello, hello. Another day of reversion to our 15-minute VWAP. Hmm. Don't know if we get more here. Says our value high edge on ES and on NQ. We're both rejecting with RTY coming into POC as resistant. We're gonna need to see quite a bit from buyers to push us higher here. It's just a session VWAP. Just a standard session with VWAP off of TradingView. Hmm. This Russell rejection POC is a bit rough. Yes, holding pretty well though, all that being said. Wonder if it'd be worth trying to play on this retest here on 206 to 210. I'm watching to see if this offer sticks here for a lower high from 206 to 210. RTY leading down. That's the one I'm curious about. If NQ rejects our value high edge and can't get over this high, then we'll have a look above value, failure, and then look below value. So I want to see what happens here. This can pop, right? I'm not saying it can't, but I'm just watching to see what happens here. I think if it does get over 210s, 230 feels very likely. We have 50 seconds till new 15s, so hopefully we see what this is going to do into that. This is just a big old pivot. Because if we can flip this, then we have room. If we can't, right? Because if we can flip this and make our PVZ value high and daily value high supportive, then we have room up again into our reversion zone above, which would put us into 30 in our day open. But if we can't hold above 10s, that's when things get a bit iffy. Okay, new 15 open. Opening at POC. Let's see if we can play around it. Or if this rejects here. See what they do. Just really watching this POC hold. Come on, figure it out. E10 still holding offer. Not convinced either direction here. I think we're waiting for Russell to come down to this 280. I think NQ is going to be able to win this out, personally, as of right now. We're just not seeing the seller. Like, we're seeing some passive selling, definitely. But we're not seeing any follow through on the low. So the bid is still maintaining well. We just need to show interest over 210s. Just waiting. Yes, looking over our value edge, still holding. Again, I think Russell, as soon as it stops diverging here, as we push into this, we're hoping for that to find give NQ and ES a bit more volume to upside. Could hold a PVZ value high on the flip of green from red. Just, again, as soon as this Russell finds a low, and if NQ can find interest over our 210, which is POC from period 1, we'll be in an okay spot, but we're just waiting on that. Until then, I would not pull the trigger. Russell, this divergence continues. It's going to be very hard for a breakout to occur. I have a slight long bias here with that lack of selling at the low, but understand that there is a passive seller is just taking in size up here, so it can flip, but it just hasn't shown the interest yet that I want from on the Dom. It's just not very convincing as of yet. Which means we're basically just hitting our heads on this guy until his position is filled, but we're still maintaining higher lows on NQ, right? So it's very hard to want to short the trend up without a break of structure and a push back below our value edge that is showing a clear sweep down and then secondary sell for rotation back down to the POC, right? Like when we break this node that's being formed up here and we rotate down, we can then fill this back down to VWAP and then into POC. But if this seller never steps in, then the bid is just going to be able to maintain. We're going to be able to maintain higher lows, and then we will rotate up to 230. I think it's just a matter of waiting for that Russell. So starting to build over that 210. Let's see what we do here. Come on, Russell, figure it out. Give me an entry. Watching Russell into view up here. And NQ into our halfway back, ES into POC. I'm not in anything yet. Again, like I see the 210 that we need to flip, but I'm just not seeing enough selling pressure yet on NQ. See if we find our bid here with Russell into VWAP. What's up, man? I'm just waiting for this range to break and Russell to find a low. I think we still have potential for more upside to like 230. I'm not seeing the short yet. There's very clearly someone absorbing here into 210, 215, but it's very passive in nature, and we're not seeing a ton of selling pressure into our lows. So waiting for either a big seller to step in and break these higher lows that we're seeing, and then play a secondary move off of it after they sweep us down and break structure. Or I just think that this is consolidation for another leg up back to day open on NQ as soon as Russell finds a low. So I don't really want to open a short just because there's a passive seller. I want to be playing long for continuation. As of right now, that's the idea. Just to give you a heads up. 20 seconds, 2015s. Russell trying to break downtrend. U15's opening now, opening above POC, flat POCs from our previous candle. Let's see if we can hold this 200 to 207 here. Think if we get below 200s and then hold that as offer, then there's potentially a short. But until then, 200, 207 is where we're looking for that bid to hold for a rotation up to 230, with Russell also holding VWAP. For ES, need to get back over this 364.50, our value high. Into our value low of previous 15-minute candle. See if this bid maintains. Again, not looking for a short here until we see a very clear offer from a look below our value low, and then a hold of this as our resistance. This just looks like where the bid's resting, and this just looks like where the sell is resting, right? So very tight range. Good hold of our value low off of previous 15. It's just that 200, 207 so far is where that bid is resting, like I said. Rotating back up to our highs here where this passive seller is sitting into this 210, 215. You guys understand my thought process of what I'm talking about, of why it's just consolidation with higher lows right now, and as soon as Russell finds this bottom, we have more of an ignition signal than a sell signal. We see like new 15s, like we're still holding higher lows, we're still holding where we need to. So like even if we're not getting the movement that we want, right? Like there's nothing really yet to validate looking for downside. Yeah, very, very passive selling, right? So I just want like these are like the thoughts that I'm trying to like say my thought process more out loud so that you have that as well, that you can be like, oh, okay, yeah, like that makes sense, or like, okay, yeah, this will keep me out from being in an emotional short. Just because we're not moving up doesn't mean that a short is going to work, you know? What's still the better RR here? So it's just so passive. Testing into our Wikai now. This is our 215 seller. Let's see if we can push through or if this is all we get. I'd like to see a bit more. Yeah. I'm taking off a little here, just in case we fail to break out, but offers moved to 25s. I'd like to see the rotation up to day open, the 25.30. See if buyers can do it. Again, I've taken off half size here. I'm just watching for the pop. Just playing off of our value low here from our 200 to 207. Taking off one more as we push into 25. And then leaving a runner. Offers moved to 30. Half size now at 25 on that offer. Flipping it. Pushing to that magnet here. This is our push into target here at 230. This is either where I would risk off or look to see if we can flip, if we can now hold. If we can flip 230, we should have room to 250. If 230 fails, then we will revert back to our 15 would be my guess. So let's see what happens here. There's room if we can pop it. Gotta watch to see how these sellers up here react. This is ES into our 30-second opening range low. Russell rejecting our halfway back, coming back down to VWAP. Let's see if VWAP holds again as supportive, just like it was our last long signal of what we were looking for the market to be able to get some upside movement on NQ. All right, so let's go through the thought process again of this because I think it's important. We see NQ is maintaining higher lows, but we have a passive seller who's taking in size up here. So we're consolidating while Russell is falling, right? So we have divergence in the market. Wow. I am flat here into 265.
Keeping an eye on the S&P
Holy
500,
fuck.
seeing movement towards the upside here to look for any headlines related to the news.
Okay. Okay, so again, we have really tight consolidation with higher lows on NQ. We have very tight consolidation on ES with higher lows. And we have Russell just reverting back down to VWAP, right? So we see that reaction again here at Russell VWAP, where there's just very clearly a bid that's stepping in. So as soon as Russell can find a low, the market all of a sudden is no longer handcuffed, right? It's no longer dragging us down. We've got
Again, S&P
NQ
500 jumps 0.5% session high.
just
Nasdaq 100 up
trying
0.2%.
to swim up to
no
the
headlines
surface, right?
as of yet.
And
Still looking.
we've got Russell holding onto our ankles as we're trying to get back up to grab air, right, underwater. And as soon as RTY is able to swim with us, right, we get huge movement up. So all we're doing is trying to find that inflection point of where Russell is going to be able to get that relief bounce, because as soon as we do, we have NQ that's able to rotate through. I mean, there's no way you could predict this, right? This is why I just want to hold a runner on the pop, because we know we have room.
So according to the Financial Times, US and EU close in on 15% tariff deal. Again, it's according to the Financial Times. So the EU and US are closing in on a trade deal that would impose 15% tariffs on European imports. It's similar to the agreement Trump struck with Japan this week.
There's always another opportunity. But I really want to like point, like the thought process here is the most important thing, because this determines when you should be shorting, right? And when you should just be having a long mindset and what you should be looking for your trigger to pull, right? So we have Russell coming down into our VWAP. We have NQ maintaining higher lows. We then put our risk on here at our 200 to 207, playing off of our value low to POC, right, for the long continuation. So we have 7 points of risk, and we're just looking for an upside move. And we know that as soon as we get over 15s, where the seller was passively absorbing from 210 to 215, we then have room at least up to 30. So that's a 30 points already. And then we see that after we get over 30s, we then immediately are able to squeeze
15% tariffs on European imports,
down again.
similar to the agreement that Trump made with Japan this week. Brussels could agree to the so-called reciprocal levies to avoid the US president's threat to raise them to 30% from August 1st, according to 3 people familiar with the situation, speaking to the Financial Times. Both sides would waive tariffs on some products, including aircraft, spirits, and medical devices, the people said. The European Commission, which runs EU trade policy, briefed envoys from member states on Wednesday following discussions with US counterparts.
We're just consolidating where I took profit at 65s here. So we'll see if we can flip this.
So US stocks moving high after FT report US and EU close in on 15% tariff deal. So the bloc will continue to prepare a possible 93 billion euro package of retaliatory tariffs set at up to 30% in case they cannot agree by August 1st.
I'm just watching to see how we hold this liquidity block here from 30 to 50, really. Just giving it a minute to play.
So as I did see movement towards the upside from the S&P 500.
This is our 30-second
and the euro strengthening off the back of that FT piece there.
Just watching to see how we interact here.
European bonds fall on FT report on the US-EU tariff discussions.
It's quite loud. I can turn it down a bit. People usually complain that they can't hear it. I'll turn it down a bit. It's so funny, like I haven't changed anything from yesterday. He usually gets pretty excited and a bit louder, yeah, when we get these big candles. But I turned it down a little bit. We'll see how that works. Again, we're just watching this liquidity pocket here at 250 to 230. If we can hold this, then we can look for more
Here
upside.
it touches day's high on FT report.
Nah, I mean, I don't even think that that was a move there. This little pop, it's whatever. I think we are just watching to see if this can hold up here after that pop. Again, just watch your 250 to 230. I don't think that that was the opportunity. We're still waiting. Want to see this liquidity hold if we're going to keep going up, or we'll just revert back down to 215, I think. So just keeping an eye on this. Again, there's no need to FOMO. How many opportunities do I find for you guys in a day? Come on.
We have posted out the article from the Financial Times on the feed for you to read through. Again, US and EU close in on 15% tariff deal, according to the FT.
So things to worry about. We have a lot of liquidity who's offsides up here into these highs, right? We are opening our new 15 below POC. So we're going to need to see a very clear look above this and interest up into these highs. What we
Spot
want to
gold.
see for the first low, though, is
Spot
a
gold now
hold of
down
this
over
250 to
1%.
230. Right? This is our liquidity pocket where we're watching to see if buyers are going to be able to maintain this higher low. If this flips, right, we're going
SIBO
back down to
volatility index
215
hits
first to
5-month low,
reverse this
last down about
move
0.86
before we can head up.
points at 15.64.
So we're watching
Again, last down
POC above.
0.86 points at 15.64. Again, post the FT piece.
We want to see bid step over 265 and show interest, right? The ability to build above this node, or we're going to continue to hit our heads up with these buyers who are offsides up into these highs, and we're going to have to do one more down leg first into our 215 before we can go up. So I'm really just watching to see how this settles. Because if we don't have follow through after a squeeze up like this, right, we're just going to retrace our news candle and then we'll continue on afterwards after that's settled. So far, we're holding decently, right? We're holding the halfway back of our news candle, which is good, right? Like, that's bullish. But we still need to watch to see how we interact. If we can get over this 265, then we're in a much better position. I think 20 points of risk is a bit much for a lot of you. But again, like if 230 to 250 is holding, and then we can make a higher low over 265, then longs have a good chance to at least retrace to our wick highs. If 230 to 250 goes offer from a look below, then 215 first back to our 15-minute VWAP is going to be necessary. So just be a little patient here. Mm-mm.
According to the Washington Post, National Institutes of Health hit in Microsoft breach. So from the Washington Post article, then the National Institutes of Health and federal agency responsible for securing the nation's nuclear weapons were among the victims in a global breach of Microsoft server software over the weekend, according to agency officials and other people familiar with the matter.
Just rejecting POC of previous 15. Still holding our 230 to 250. 265 still offer. Very tight range. No change in what I've said so far. Just waiting. We're seeing some absorption into 60 from sellers or absorbing buyers there. We need to flip that for any upside. We're still holding our 30 to 40, which is the most important thing for buyers to maintain this upside from the squeeze. Without this 30 to 40 hold, I think we just revert back down to 15. So I don't want to position yet. I'm just waiting for things to figure itself out. Into our 30 here.
Keeping an eye on Euro stocks 50 futures jumping they had jumped 2.3% after the FT report that the US and EU close that they close in, on a 15% tariff deal.
30 going offer.
So again,
See if that
that's Euro
continues
stocks
to
50
hold for the
futures jumping
rotation down to
2.3%
50.
after FT reports that the US and EU close in on a 15% tariff deal.
We're watching to see if this buyer from 30 to 40 flips offer, or if we can pop back above, trapping these guys here. I don't know, man. I think we have one more leg down. We'll see. Maybe you get a wick into 50. I'm a bit worried about this flip, though, of these buyers to now a seller. For one more leg down, potentially, off this. Mm-hmm. We've got a minute until new 15s. If we open below this value low to POC, then this will just be a short setup back to our 15-minute VWAP at 215, like I talked about. If buyers can hold here and get us back above, then then we'll have these guys offsides below our range that we just built, trapping them, and then we'll look for that pop back over 65s for a continuation and retest of our wick highs. So right now, I'm just watching to see if offer can hold the flip of balance here, right? This white box. If they can, then one more leg down to VWAP into this 215, 205 area. If new 15's open and we start to show interest above, then we'll look for the pop over 65s and hold for upside continuation. It's really hard to want to do anything here other than look for a lower high and then one more leg down until we can pop back into our balance above. F 10 seconds till new 15s. New 15.
So now seeing
Out one
from
here
EU
into
diplomats,
215.
EU member states set to vote on 93 billion euros of counter tariffs on US goods on Thursday.
So our reversion to our 15-minute VWAP off of the flip of our buyer to our seller. Pushing down into our 200, 205 is your secondary target. This is really all the move has to offer as of right now. Just back to where we originally took our long. So the news candle has now been fully retraced. Did my short bias there make sense, guys? Do we understand the logic there of the flip of the buyers to our offer, right? The break of this balance here. And then just watching that 40 to 30 to see if that flips as offer. And then the rotation down into our 215. Just back to our VWAP and our daily POC.
So EU diplomats say the EU-US deal could include exemptions for some EU goods as well.
Mm-hmm. Right,
And again,
like
confirmation
just
from EU
waiting for
diplomats
the
is the
open of
EU
the
and
new
US are
15
heading
and
for a
seeing
potential
us
trade
open
deal with
below
15% US baseline
is
tariff on
your
EU goods with some exemptions.
is your signal, right? Like we're opening below POC. We have no ability to hold above. We have, again, trapped liquidity above. We open on new 15 with a shitload of trapped liquidity above. We're now just watching for the offer to step in where the bid was before. And then it's just a retrace of our news candle. Now that we've done that, we can potentially go up. We'll just have to wait and see here. But it was just a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP off of a failure at our highs. Now, let's see.
So the EU diplomats say the broad majority of EU members would support using anti-coercion instruments in the event of no US trade deal and US tariffs of 30%. And again, the EU member states on that note as well were set to vote on a $93 billion counter tariff on the US as well.
Perspective view up here into our original entry on our long. Watching to see if this flips or if this continues to hold here. This is, again, just our 200, 207, where we took our original bid. A lot of offside buyers above who are trapped, FOMOing in on that news. I don't know if we take out that 200 and then go up, or if this just maintains. I don't know if it's worth putting on 10 points of risk here into 200 two-tone. I'm debating it, because it could be a really great entry, but I don't know if we have to wick through them first, take out the stops at from 200, and then go up. Let's see what happens here. Taking out stops at 200, watching to see reactions now. If 190, 200 holds, and then we pop back up, I think that there might be a potential long here. But if this 190 to 200 flips offer, it's a short.
So according to Axios, they say that Iran is willing to return to negotiation table with the US, sooner the better, but must be convinced the talks aren't a cover for further military action. That's according to Tehran's nuclear negotiator, Garibabdi, saying on Wednesday.
Again, just watching to see if this liquidity at 190 to 200 can hold, or if this will flip offer. As long as 190 to 200 is holding, I am fine staying in looking for upside. But if 190 flips offer and we rotate to like 160. So there we were just taking out our stops from 200, like I talked about, and then we're just popping back up. Your first risk off here is into the same, it's the same range, right? It's 190, 200 to 220, 230. So your first risk off here is just into 220, 230. If you are in a long off of that, there'll be another opportunity on the break of downtrend if we can pop back over. So don't worry about it, but we shall see what happens here. 5 minutes on this 15. We'll have a setup then, I think.
German bond futures turn lower after FT report the US and EU close in on tariff deal, last down about 0.6%.
All the liquidity right now is just resting at 200s. Not a lot to talk about. We know our sellers at 220, 230. We know our buyers at 190, 200. Just watching for either a retest of our edge and then a rotation over 230s for continuation up, or a push below 190 for offer for continuation down. Excuse me. Not much to talk about right now. Just our balance from 200 to 230. Just waiting to see if this buyer who's attempting here into our 20 edge is going to be able to flip us, or if this is absorption. Held our lows very well, but this is just top of range into our value high of previous candle. Not seeing enough buying pressure yet to garner a breakout. Just absorption, sellers absorbing into 220, 230. One minute until new 15s. ES coming into our offer here at 77, our ETH high, and where the sell held us and rotated us down to our opening range. So just watching to see what our reaction is here. This yellow zone is where you want to see bids continue to just show interest. All right. If this ever flips offer, probably more downside. As long as this is remaining supportive, we're just watching for rotations back up to this. If we can start to show interest above this node, we'll look for rotations up to 81 on ES. We're not looking for expansion until we can hold above this 81. Yeah. Right now we're just watching to see if this is going to rotate back down or if we can build back above 77s. New 15 here, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Just ES, NQ holding our 200s, rotating up to our 220, 230. We're watching to see if buyers are able to flip this pivot or if into the open of the new 15, this guy who's trying to build here, the buyer, gets pushed off sides and then we rotate down off of it, or if this is able to expand and then we rotate back up to our original short at 40 to 50, right? So new 15 is opened, watching to see how this bid reacts here. So far, we're just holding value high of previous candle at 220. This looks fine. We just need to see a bit more pressure from buyers or sellers to step us below that. I think risk-wise, you're just watching to see if buyers can maintain 14 to 20. That's what it looks like to me. As long as that's happening, upside feels likely. If we fail to push over 30s and then our bounce from 14 holds a lower high into 20, then we can look down. But yeah. Just looks like bid's trying here. Offer sitting at 35, so an NQ. Let's see again if this 20 to 14 can hold supportive or if this fails here. This is where I'd want to see the bid be.
At the top of the hour, we get the US 20-year bond reopening with a prior high yield of 4.942% and a prior bid cover of 2.68. So the US looking to sell $13 billion of the 20-year bond reopening. And taking a look then at some analysis. Most recent Treasury coupon auction of the 3 and 10-year notes and 30-year bonds on July 8th to 10th drew near expected yields. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 130k classic bond futures contracts, the most this year and possible source of demand for the auction. So, a reminder at the top of the hour, we're expected to hear from White House Press Secretary at 11. We do have the video, we'll pop it up for you in the feed.
Oh boy.
And we have posted that hour on the feed for you. Also, 5 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the US 20-year reopening bond auction. Prior high yield of 4.942%, a prior bid cover of 2.68.
So well, Alejandro. Yeah, I'm doing well. We got lucky and we're in a runner for the squeeze up. Now just waiting. Played the short down from 40 down to 15. And now I am trying to see if we'll get this long continuation, if we can get over this 30. Just passive absorption up here. It's just top of balance. We've got a buyer from 14 to 20. But if this guy fails and then we see a lower high where offer steps in here at 20s, then I'll play this for rotation down to 200 again. Just watching to see what happens here. Very passive. Same thing on ES. Very clear that the offer is sitting here. Your range right now on ES is this 68 to 71 is your low, and this 77 to 81 is your high. This is our mid here, our value edge, just the middle of our range between our two yellow zones. Need to see a very clear flip of our ETH high or our overnight high for anything more. Or we're not going anywhere.
Surely expecting the when issued yield for the 20-year bond reopening.
$40 till new 15s. Just battling with this 30 still. Ten seconds.
10 seconds.
New 15 is open.
4.951% for the when issued 20-year yield. Yield of 4.935%, 4.935% for the high yield. Bid cover of 2.79. The US sells $13 billion of 20-year bonds at a high yield of 4.935%, awarding 85.30% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.72%, direct 21.86%, and indirect 67.43%. And again, a bid cover of 2.79. The stop through of 1.6 basis points.
Just keep in mind we're seeing some weakness come through in the dollar here off the back of the 20-year bond auction, which again saw a stop through of around 1.6 basis points. A Dixie down around 1%.
You should be risking off into 40, I think. I don't know if we get much more. There's potential, but I'm not incredibly confident with Levitt speaking soon. I have personally risked off here. Things look fine. Market looks good. Again, just playing off of our 20 to 14 as our hold, off of our bottoming. This can keep going. I just think that we kind of hit our heads into the seller here at 42 to 53. So it's up to you if you want to continue to stay in this. The action isn't great, so I'm not really looking to do much here. But 20 points is 20 points. See if this 30 can hold. If it can, maybe one more leg. Very choppy, very slow. Levitt is always 40 minutes late, I swear. Market like just doesn't know what to do. I'm gonna grab water. Again, I'm flat. We're just watching this 20 to 30 pivot, seeing if this can hold as supportive, or if we flip back below, trapping these buyers above 30. Yeah, that's really it. Seeing some absorption into 35 to 40 so far on NQ. ES just trying to build above our Globex high. We've got pathing for that, what we need to see. This is just very clearly where our sell is sitting. We're watching to see if this can hold here and then up to push up, or if this is going to just rotate back through for a balance hold, right? I don't have that answer for you yet. Levitt's about to speak, so I'm not all that confident in any sort of upside or downside move. It just feels like a waiting pattern, you know, a holding pattern. All right, I'll be right back. Just grab water while we have a little bit of a lull. Old Kramer, the old Kramer short.
Germany's Chancellor Merz says we are hearing now that there could be a decision on trade. Keep in mind, Germany's Chancellor Merz and France's President Macron deliver a statement ahead of talks in Berlin. Again, Merz saying we're hearing now that there could be a decision on trade.
So we've got this buyer who's off sides into 35. Just back to our original entry here into 20. I think that there's a potential short here if we push into 14s and then offer 20, 25. Until then, I wouldn't really touch this. No reason. We have 50 seconds till new 15s, so that should set up for a possible trade. But again, remember, Levitt is going to speak soon, and we shouldn't really expect the markets to do anything other than just balance. So if we can't hold the highs here into 20 to 30, and we look below, and then that offers, then it'll just be a rotation back down to our 200.
Shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
So here's our 14. Now let's see if offer holds into this.
France's President Macron says we'll coordinate EU response to US tariffs.
Offer sitting at 25.
$30 counterparties take $189.632 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. France's President Macron says we want to provide stability and have the lowest tariffs possible. Germany Chancellor Merz says we are hearing in these minutes that there could possibly be a decision on trade policy, just repeating an earlier sentiment.
Nope. So you have two options here. You can either try the long here with your stop at 14 and play 20s for a rotation back up, or you can play off of this 25 to 30 for short side with a look below 20s for continuation down to 200s. That's really all that's here. Or you can just do nothing, right? That is an option. This is the long opportunity here from 20 to 14. This is the short opportunity here from our look below. We know offers at 25 to 30. So it's up to you. It's basically like 5 points, 6 points of risk on either side. I'm just waiting. But like 20 is very clearly where the bid is from the 14. But we got to show interest over 30. Don't expect anything until Levitt starts talking and this market can actually move. We know offers sitting into 30, 35. We know buyers sitting at 14 to 20. So just waiting for this to crack and hold is going to be incredibly important. What do you think she's doing? Do you think she's just like eating lunch? I'm trying to think like why. Yeah. Uh, so just back to POC here. Again, this is just our absorption into 3035. I don't think that there's anything more. This has to be a risk off. If you're playing off of the 20 with your stop at 14, I just don't see movement. I don't see movement happening here. Ew, wait, they changed this. This is horrible. Why did they make this a drop-down menu? I hate that.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump pledges moves to stimulate AI use and exports. So the Trump administration said it would slash red tape and take steps to boost exports for US tech companies in a bid to accelerate the nation's use of artificial intelligence.
What are people's bets on ER? Any gambas out there for Google and Tesla? As usual.
So we have posted the full piece by the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested. So this is referencing something that we did cover earlier when the White House released its quote-unquote action plan for AI, which was issued today. In it, the administration laid out moves that it said would make it easier for tech companies to build the data centers needed to train AI models and get the power they need for those centers. So again, really this Wall Street Journal article is just going over the contents of the AI action plan, which we did post out earlier this morning.
I mean, I don't think the market does anything. I think it's just balance. Big ERs. Just feels like reversion to mean for like the rest of the month, to be honest. Maybe like gap ups overnight, but just reversion. Jesus. This Tesla earnings could be actually really big if he tries to do the vote to invest in XAI with Tesla Capital. I don't know if that's bullish or bearish. I have no clue, but it should be a pretty important earnings call. I remember that they were that was on the table. Just back into our absorption here, into our highs after our flip of 30s from another hold of our 14 to 20. I'm not interested in any of this. Not with Levitt still not here. They're just taking advantage. I don't think you get much more. It's the same as before, right? It's just this 14 to 20. As long as this is maintaining off the look above, you can continue to see higher lows, but I don't really expect much more here. You've got this POC up at 53. That's about as high as I'd expect it to go. And it's just a take-in size here would be my guess. Offer sitting at 50 and 48s. Just kind of stacking. Just gonna wait for something better. I played the first move up from 20 to 38, and I didn't play the secondary attempt. Because I thought I had faith that Levitt wasn't going to be an hour late, but that was stupid of me. The entire stream on this Levitt thing is just people spamming release the Epstein files. The entire, it's not just like one person, it's every single person on this AP stream. Just spamming it. Offer just sitting at 50s here on NQ. ES offer sitting at 85. What's up, Gav? They are really taking advantage of this. See if we get a pullback to 47s. Maybe that'll be playable. I don't know. I really don't want to touch this until Levitt starts speaking. I'll look for a potential long, though, if we are able to hold here. On a rotation. I have no interest. Again, like I said, it's just like we're pushing right back into our highs from the news candle. It's just liquidity. Buyers taking advantage right now. I don't think it's very playable unless you got in on that 20 or the hold of our 30. This upside candle should be retraced at least somewhat. New 15's opening here. Now, watch for a pullback.
White House trade advisor Peter Navarro is speaking on Bloomberg TV. He says Japan deal will help secure supply chain weakness. He says Japan trade deal should spur other deals along.
It's a pretty bullish hold so far at 60 at our value high of this previous 15. Levitt just started speaking. Good job, Kevin.
And Trump's trade advisor Navarro said would love to see relief from the EU value added tax, or VAT. The White House says Trump will sign 3 executive orders. That's Levitt saying that Trump is to do that this afternoon. Again, the White House press conference with Press Secretary Levitt has now started. Live videos on the feed. Again, Levitt here saying that Trump had signed 3 executive orders this afternoon. As a reminder, Trump is taking part in an AI summit today where he's due to give remarks and sign executive orders. That's at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today.
Right here at home. Offer is just like sitting at 390 on ES. It hasn't moved at all. It's just still sitting there. Looking like a magnet to me, but we'll see. I really wanted a better pullback than what we just saw on ES. Just filled our void. Found liquidity and popped. Not in anything. Into our liquidity here.
Trump trade advisor
shit.
on the US-EU deal
See if a
report
bid's
says
found
take
here.
it with a grain of salt. So again, Navarro on the US-EU deal report says take it with a grain of salt.
Watching. Patiently waiting here.
Navarro on an EU deal says let's see what happens.
Think that this is probably a bid here at 30. Waiting. I'm gonna
So
try
stock index is
small
seeing
here
some
with
weakness
stop
off
at
these
20.
Navarro comments there. Again, it says take the reports of a US-EU deal with a grain of salt. Let's see what
It's a
happens.
lot of
So
volatility,
again, weakness
so
in the
don't
US
size
indices
up.
here, some strength coming through in the dollar off the back of this.
Playing off of this. It was very obvious that that was not going to hold. Just had to wait for a pullback. Now let's see what they do. Again, like I said before, I'm not interested in those moves where buy side's just taking advantage of like the lack of anything into Levitt. Like it's not worth. Yep. Just back to our liquidity from the buyer at 30s. I'm out
Trump
one
trade
here into
advisor
50.
Navarro says focused
for-
on rare earth supply from outside China.
I have one left. She's really trying to push this Obama narrative. It's crazy. Oh my god.
Trump trade advisor Navarro says Raytheon's going to be quite happy as the US sells arms. So Raytheon ticker RTX, currently up around 4%.
The great secondary risk off. If we can pop over 70s, then we get more. But this should be where the offer sits. I'm flat. I could have probably hold that, but I'd have to hold it for break even, and it could come back on me. So I'm just going to take the free points.
Trump trade advisor Navarro ending remarks now.
I mean, what are you trying to use it for? Understand that it is taking lower time frame data and then aggregating it. So if you're using it on a higher time frame, your aggregate is going to be different than on the lower time frame. Right? Play down or something? I don't know what that means. You'd have to show me. I think using the 15-minute time frame for PVZ as targets is good. Other than that, I would stick to a lower time frame because the idea is that you want the most information. You want it to be the most granular as possible. The most granularity. Because that gives you the most accurate aggregated profile. I think stacked is great for a higher time frame for targets, not PVZ. I don't know why you would use a higher time frame. Okay, so first of all, what do you mean by higher time frame? That's the first question. Because you have to understand that like PVZ is taking a daily profile and splitting it into 3. So it doesn't really make sense to use a higher time frame if you're looking for, because it's already splitting a daily profile into 3. I mean, something that you can do to just test is go to a 1-minute chart, mark the levels for PVZ, and then go to a 15-minute chart and mark
According
the
to a
levels for
Palestinian
PVZ
official,
and see
Hamas
how
handed its
much of a
response on
difference there
ceasefire
is.
proposal to mediators.
It is recommended you use a lower time frame. Yeah, there should be a huge difference because the aggregate period is different. Right here, like we can do a test right now just with NQ. So we'll go to a 15-second chart. We will turn off indicators. And let's mark a period of 30 minutes. 10:30 to 11. Let's put a fixed range on that. Now let's go to a 15-minute chart. Wait, actually, I did this wrong. So this is what our levels look like on our 15-second. You see what I mean? How it's going to be a different range because the NQ 15-minute is taking 2 candles into account, but it has to calculate off of basically 3 if you're starting at this time frame. It's taking the last 15 minutes. and the next 15 minutes. So you're getting a much larger range from that calculation. So it's a very different range than taking from literally the start of the 30 to the end of the 30 with all of these candles aggregate. So it's a very different range. And blue is your 15-minute fixed range, and then white is your 15-second. Let's see if there's a long here. I don't know. This is either going to be a really nice short on the pushback below 60s, or the 60 to 70 holds supportive. So let's see what happens on this little dip in. Yes. Yeah, just play the 20 to 30. I personally closed into 60 from 30. Now I'm along 70, stop 60. Offer sitting 80, and we'll see what happens here. They're really pushing this Obama narrative. But she won't say that he did anything criminal. The reporters keep trying to get her to say it, and she refuses. Your first risk off should be into this 84, our Globex high. If we can show interest above that, then we can keep going. If not, this will be target. I'm watching Russell into our double top potential here, into 86 to 87, into our value high edge. ES into our 390 liquidity. That has been our magnet that I talked about. They have not moved that offer for the last 30 minutes. That's just been sitting there. She's refusing to. All these people.
US stocks extending gains with the Dow Jones up around 1%.
Look above our Globex high. Either be risked off here or move stops up. Pushing, pushing, pushing. I'd like to see a push into 310. Watching to see if this sweep can hold here at 84s now. Um. Hmm. I'm gonna take my $500 here. I'm out from 70 into 95. There's potential for more, but we're stalling out a bit, so I'm just gonna play. I'm just gonna call that. Just gonna wait. If we can hold 84s, we're still in an okay spot. I only had one, so just want to make sure I secure gains. We're still just at this 390, and we're not really seeing any interest above yet on ES. Just kind of hitting our heads on it. Only a weapon when someone I don't like uses it against me, but when I use it, it's not a weapon. That's what she just said. Love that. Oh boy. Can we just like stop? So sick of the tribal warfare between the two parties. Oh, get me out of here. Again, as long as 84 is holding, there's potential for more. I'd rather see a better pullback for me to get back in. This can just go up to 310, 315, that area. I'm just gonna wait for new 15. 7 minutes. On the 5 minute, there's a 3 bar setting up. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it looks like it'll play. So we'll see. She's like, what is this? Actual clown fiesta. So here's your push into our 310. Nice little flagging over our 84s. I didn't hold. I'm out from 95. I'll wait to see what happens here. I just don't trust this. Even though we got one more leg up on NQ, ES and RTY are still flat, which just doesn't give me a lot of high hopes. I'd rather see a pullback. I'll look to get in then. If ES and RTY start to move and get the push and break out, awesome. Then we can play with that momentum. But if not, then I'm just kind of allowing this new node to build out. We can see we've got this new node here that's we can come in and retest for a potential entry on new 15 if we ever pull back. The 5 minute three bar played on NQ and ES. ES still has a bit more room to run for that to on the 5. We'll see. We would just be looking for a push to ADR into 97. You could probably play the flip here. Stop below 308. Again, I'm just watching for a pullback, seeing if this 15 to 308 will hold, or if this will flip and then we retest back into POC of this candle before we continue onward. I'm watching to see if ES 390s will hold as supportive on the flip from this passive seller who's getting filled there to now hopefully a bid. We'll see. We've got 3 minutes left until new 15s. Let's see what they do here at 15.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says many more trade deals to go.
See if a bid's found here or if it fails. Watching our 390 on ES for confirmation. Offer holding 308s right now on NQ. A little divergence. Just watching to see if ES can hold this 390 for a bid and then bring relief back in over 315 on NQ. Or if we need to rotate back down to this lower node. 2 minutes till new 15s.
White House on Japan trade deal. Funds will be spent at Trump's discretion. Levitt on Japan's trade deal. $550 billion to be spent at Trump's discretion.
$30 seconds coming into POC of this candle. A lot of upside participants above. Just watching to see how we interact here into this node. New 15 should hopefully garner a trade. New 15s have opened, opening at POC of previous candle. Watching to see if we can find a bid here or if this flips. Not seeing enough information yet for me to care. Let us get over 300s for me to feel comfortable, or this will feel pretty bad. Yes, no bid yet at 90.
NYMEX diesel August futures settle at $2.44 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at $2.12 a gallon.
But not liking it.
NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $65.25 a barrel.
Yeah, no, there's nothing here. Just our 84 hold again. I want to see
US
us flip
crude
back
oil
over
futures
300.
settle at $65.25 a barrel, down 6 cents or 0.09%. NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at $3.07.
Okay.
Levitt says Trump continues talk with Lutnick on secretarial tariffs.
There's just so many people off sides up here. It's crazy.
White House says Trump wants to reserve authority to make decisions on Russian sanctions himself.
Listen, like I see like this seller is just like not aggressive. Like yes, we moved down and like the move itself was fast, but it's just like a lack of the bid caring. Like it's not like something that I want to short yet. It's hard to explain, but like order flow wise, like I'm not seeing a short setup. Like yes, we have buyers who are off sides, but I'm not seeing aggressive sellers here at these lows. And so to me, I just either don't want to touch it or I'm just looking for a buyer to show some balls, you know, and get back in. Because right now it's just like buyers pulled away and then sell side just like fell down to where buyers cared about again, right? Like it's not a great setup for either side, really. Like if you're playing off 84s, sure, like okay, cool, like it's free money off of that. But like at this point, but there's so many participants on the bid that were taken in and then didn't defend their position on the way up, which is a bit odd. But at this low, we're not seeing aggressive selling pressure whatsoever. It's very passive, and so it seems like there's just not enough information yet for me to care.
Levitt ends White House press briefing.
Oh yeah, I wasn't talking to you specifically there. It's just like because if you're only looking at price action, like the lower high trade here is very obvious, and I think there are a lot of people who are going to be trying to short this. And like I get it, I really do. But we haven't seen that seller yet that I want to be playing with, right? It would just be a price action trade. So I'd rather wait for said seller to actually show on with order flow before I initiate. Yeah. Right now it's like purely a price action thing if you were trying to short. Like I said, like the bid just pulled away. And like that can definitely set up a short, but I need to see that seller step in here into 300 if they're going to do it, ideally. And then rotate us below 84s. No, just NQ. I just have I have ES on a 15-second with the market depth on that I stare at next to my DOM. So I just use that as my DOM for ES when I'm trading NQ with market depth. So that's how I always know like where restings are sitting. Just watch market depth on the side. All right, the fiesta is over. Love it has stopped talking. What a conference. Jesus.
AMD CEO Sue says chips from US TSMC plant cost 5 to 20% more.
You're saying down before going up. I'm saying that there isn't enough inclusive data right now for me to want to take a trade. We're seeing a bid that's still being absorbed passively here at 300. And that is stale, validating that there's a seller that's passively taking insides, right? Like we talked about at 300. But I need to see follow through from sellers into our lows, or we're just going to get chopped up. And getting chopped up in a trending up market is not a short signal, right? It's a range. So I want to see a sweep, right? I want to see secondary sweeps back below Globex high and then an offer, trapping these buyers that are positioning here. right, below our range, right, because this is currently our range that we're trading in. And if we can do that, then we have a potential trade. But what I don't want to do is load the boat short while we're chopping sideways without a decision being made with between passive buyers and passive sellers in a higher time frame uptrend. I just don't want to do that. Because the risk of punishment is incredibly high. And like maybe it plays out, awesome. Sure. Then you get your move down, back down to our balance high, and then we can keep going. But I think there will be a better opportunity to get into said break of this range and hold if we do get a sweep, and then we can play off of offside participants and then use that as our risk rather than just like trying to short chop in an uptrend. It's just like a way to get squeezed, like anyone who's short here and then they're not aggressively
AMD CEO,
falling
says
down or
demand
falling
large
below,
from OpenAI and
right?
Musk companies.
Just the potential to get squeezed in consolidation when we're in a higher time frame uptrend is just way too damn high. And again, like order flow is not supporting that there is an aggressive seller in the market who is pushing price down that I want to be playing with. All we're seeing is just a passive seller who's absorbing into 300, which can lead to a trade, but like where's your stop? I don't know. Where's your stop? The high? Like the wick high? So, I mean, if you can figure out where your stop is going to be and what your risk is going to be, then sure, go for it. But I don't have that answer for you. Maybe you could put your stop at like 305 and have it really tight and just risk 3 points, or sorry, 5 points for the rotation down to 84s again, and then have a runner. But like flat POCs, I'm not touching a directional trade here. Unless like you're looking long with us holding POCs as supportive, right? Because we're in an overall higher time frame uptrend. Like I want to see us very clearly show price unable to close above POC for me to care about shorts, personally. Again, like the trade can play and I could be wrong, and that's fine. I'm just giving you my criteria of what I look for.
Brent crude futures settle at $68.51 a barrel, down 8 cents or 0.12%.
Have a good rest of your week. This is our first sell side pressure that we've seen off of another failure here over 300s. Watching. Bid sitting at 87. So far, just a retrace to POC of previous candle. seconds till new 15s. Russell starting to show weakness from our highs off of another failure of our Globex high test. Just triple topping. Watching this look down. ES still flat at our 390 like we talked about, that being a magnet. That is why I closed my original long. NQ still stuck here, which is, again, why I reiterated the short just didn't make sense. Until we see that step down, it's just going to punish people here. Build out this node. I'm still holding POC to value low of our previous candle so far, this yellow box. Just watching for someone to care. New 15's opening now. 5 seconds.
Tesla in talks with Nevada as it explores robo-taxi expansion.
Okay, just cleaned up our ranges a bit now that we've built out a bit more. I mean, there's nothing, again, there's nothing to do here. Just gotta wait for a break, that's all. The longer you trade markets, the more recognizable this kind of stuff will be, and you'll be able to like be like, oh, okay, yeah, like there's nothing here. Like we called this 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago that there was nothing here. So it's just like you'll start to recognize the patterns of being like, oh, okay, market's back to a standstill, nothing for me to do. As soon as we got that pop up, and then there was just like a complete lack. It's just like, okay, hands off until we figure it out. I'm not trying to get caught in chop. Like you could still be right and be wrong because you just get impatient or your stops are too tight, or we just are randomly walking a little bit further than you wanted to, right? It's one of those things where again, it's like I asked before, it's like where do you put your stop if you're trying to short here? And like yeah, you could try shorting this 300 like we talked about, and then have a 10-point stop into 310, something like that. That's viable. And then just taking risk off as we push down into 284. Like that's what I said. But I don't know. Is it worth? I mean, it's like 15 points for an hour of trading, being emotionally involved in a trade. Sounds terrible to me. I'd rather just scroll Twitter while we wait. So if you were short, this would be your first risk off as we push down into our low here. If we can flip 84s and hold it as offer, then you get a secondary leg. But until then, this is just bottom of balance. Immediate liquidity found into that 84, 88. Full rotation of value here from a hold of value low back to our value high into 300. No change in our balance. Watching to see if offer steps in here again or if we flip.
Wall Street Journal reporting that Justice Department told Trump so again, Wall Street Journal said Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. So again, Wall Street Journal says Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. Further detail into this, and when Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times, according to senior administration officials.
Imagine. Full rotation back down to bottom of balance here. No change. Offer is trying heavily at 90. We have 30 seconds until new 15s. So far, just being taken in. We're watching to see if this guy can remain offsides. Outside of our balance, right? On footprint. Offer step down, held our 300s. Again, the only viable short is that this guy remains offsides. This is, of course, first target as we push back down into our balance low. You're looking for an expansion trade for a short if we can hold below and reoffer, right? If not, this will just balance and rotate, and then breakout occurs when we can take out these highs. It's just balance. It's yeah. See if offer can step down here. New 15 just opened. We have buyers off sides at 95. So watch for reoffer into that, and then a rotation through 90 to verify if there is a sell, right? You'd want to see the seller step down and then offer this with a hold below Globex high for a, ooh, wow, that was weird, for a continuation down. If not, right, all we're going to do is trap and then bid and then rotate up, allowing for then these highs to be taken to close. So again, if I am not clear enough, you are watching for longs here at the bottom of balance. If you're looking to trade balance, you're looking for buy side to be able to maintain that. You're looking for shorts to be able to maintain this. And you're looking for rotations down. We can look for a secondary leg if offer is able to step down and hold this for rotations through with a sweep, right? We've got a buyer who's offside in the middle of our range right now, and we know that we have a seller who's trying to step down into 90. So if this buyer remains offsides, we then have two participants who are offsides, right? We have these guys here into our highs at 300, and then we have these guys here into our 95, 98 area who are absorbed, and then we have an offer stepping down. That is what we want to see for sell side confirmation. And then they'll look below 84s and then the hold. If we don't get that and we pop through, then all we're going to do is bid right back up, trapping sells, and then the bid will step back in and rotate us through. Yeah, just being absorbed, right? Yeah, again, it makes sense, but like we need follow through. Into our offer here, into our 95, 98. If sell side's serious, they will hold this and then push us below our 90, right, for the sweep. if they fail here to hold a lower high, we will just do the full balance rotation back up to our highs with another failure from sellers at the lows, which then allows ammo for the bid to try to step over again and then squeeze these participants. So it is incredibly important here to see if we can hold a lower high here, looking at our POC to value high. Right, I'm rank 2 right now in Arena, by the way. Ugh, Jesus. The whale on our server has probably the worst team I've ever seen. Rizo or whatever his name is. Every kill that I got on him was giving me 200 LP. It actually is just like a tier up each time I killed him because when he was rank 1. Omni, yeah. I'm Archgod right now in Arena. And in Yggdrasil or whatever it's called, the duo one, I'm rank 12. Yeah, I used all 20 for that, for the push. I usually don't, but I did yesterday once I realized I could kill our rank 1 guy. Because it unlocks the enhanced purple gear. So I wanted to see as far if I could push as far as I could for the gear. Yeah, with the orange outline. Yeah, I have 3 of the yellow weapons, and then 2 of the purple with orange borders for the weapons, and then 3 pieces of the purple with yellow here. But I got really lucky. I mean, I guess not lucky. I played it smart at the beginning because I used the... I was able to push twice into the higher ranks, which gave me my purple sets, so I didn't have to buy those whatsoever. I mean, it's okay. I got my free copy of a Loon the other day. I'm gonna get my Dorabella copy today, I think. The Dorabella voice lines are out of pocket, man. They make me laugh every time. They're so out of pocket. Still just holding our mid here into this absorption, right? Value high to POC of our previous candle. No ability to push above so far. New 15 is opening. That being said, offers still failing to push below our 84s, right? We need to see this thing sweep below and hold for
White
any
House
sort
says
of
that the
viable
US
short.
Japan investment deal will focus partially on semiconductor designs and fabrication, natural gas, and new shipbuilding yards.
Again, we are waiting to see if we can find an offer like so. Or this is just going to continue to just
White
trade
House says
balance.
Japan will purchase $8 billion in US goods, including corn, soybeans, fertilizer, bioethanol, and sustainable aviation fuel.
Let's see what they do here. Just moving this over, getting it out of the way.
Furthermore, the White House has said the US and Japan are exploring a new offtake agreement for Alaskan liquefied natural gas.
I need to put this on what? Continuous for it to show up on both charts? Yeah, there we go. What a waste of an hour, man. Jesus. Knicks? Hmm. How far in the game did you get? Because oh, okay, forever ago. All right, guys, let's see what they do here. It is in the seller's court to be able to hold below this this level. It is in the seller's court. Any look back above 90 will result in a rotation back up. As long as this is holding, we're in an okay spot. But we'll see. I don't know, man. This entire upper rotation has just been a mess. Like, it's just a mess. Look at ES during this. I mean, it looks like it's worse than Globex liquidity. Like, it is a horrendous. think this like 72, 73 kind of has to be first target. Or just move stops down at our reversion zone low. I'm just going to keep an eye on this. We push into 73. We'd want to see 73 go offer from a look back below it for continuation down. I know this isn't resulting in a ton of points. It's just 10 points from 84, but understand, like, we're going to need to see them really aggressively start sweeping. If this is a slow sell down and then we find an immediate bid into 73s, like, this could easily just be over. We need speed. We're not getting speed on a breakdown, which is a little concerning. Give me speed. So I know it was slow, but what we did today and this, how we played this entire area, played out to a T. I hope, like, you can take away from that of what we're looking for trades to be valid, right? Again, like, finding a buyer who's offsides in the mid, seeing that offer step down, understanding our invalidation, where our target should be, right? Understanding where our risk is, where balance is. These are all things that you can set up for yourself. And this is stuff that we've talked about in our classes as well. It's like finding someone who's offside is your first step, is your first variable, right? That's when trades have validity. Then it's looking for the rotation and then the offer to lower, right? We know what the long setup looks like. We need to take out this liquidity and break highs. We need to be able to hold lows, right? Like, these things set up for you and you can then trade around them. But to just like blindly take trades is going to keep you in these choppy garbage rotations, and you're going to take lots of L's that even when you're right. And again, I talked about this, is like, you can be right and still be wrong because you're emotionally trading and you're just getting stopped out into our edges. And, like, the short still works, but you are unwilling to hold through for an hour, which is totally understandable. I wouldn't either, right? Like, I didn't try this. I only played this rotation down. But like, and it's only when we have clarity. Like, we know what we want to see. We want to see a failure to push back up to these highs. We want to see this buyer in the mid offsides. We want to see that offer step down. We want to have very limited risk. We have an understanding of where our first target is, right? Like, these are all things that you can apply into any sort of balanced market. This is just a really slow, drawn-out example. But being able to recognize when, like, liquidity is kind of pulled away, and our volatility is kind of pulled away, and I guess liquidity, directional liquidity, I guess is what I'm trying to say, right? Like, it's just like very passive, and no one's trying to really like push over the spread. It's just like people getting filled, just a bunch of nonsense, right? It's just consolidation, and we have to wait for someone to care. So you're either trying at your balance high edge, right? Or you're looking for the actual breakdown, and then we have to have justification for the breakdown. It will save you a lot of paper cuts, just being able to set yourself up for success and lay out your chart and your plan and just let it play.
Edson says we could see 1 to 2 rate cuts this year, and have breakfast with Fed's power almost every week.
Yeah, we got to get back below 260. This 260, 270 has to go offer. If we can do that, then reversion to 230, that's potential. But it's not at this speed, but brother, not at this speed. It's still a great first target at 73. You've got the ability to hold a runner, go for it into MOC, I guess, but just keep your stop the same. Like this could easily wick back up into 90 to retest the balance breakdown. There's nothing worse than being in a short with no speed. Sure, but like long, like the market usually goes up, so you have a bet. The odds are more on your side, you know. Shorts, like you have to have like clarity. Like shorting is a completely different game than longing, in my opinion. Longing is so much easier than shorting. I'm just gonna post a update of our footprint from here, because I think it's decent for what we. Let me reply. All right, so we can go over this. Just getting that out of the way, just in case we hop on MOC. Okay. So what do we see? We see a previous pivot holding as resistance into our highs. We see a bunch of buyers who have been passively absorbed. No real selling deltas, just buyers being absorbed and no follow through on price action to upside. We then see a bit of a seller try to step in here into 90, which is what I've been talking about as our invalidation, where we want to see the offer flip. 84 is our Globex pivot. So using 84 to 90 is just a really easy bottom of balance. We can just mark this. 90. 84. All right. So this just becomes like a very easy low. What we see into our highs is that there is someone taking in size into 300. That easily becomes then where we're watching to see if the offer can hold below, right? And that becomes our range. And now all we're watching for is for something to shift. So what do we see happen here into our 95? What happens here? What's going on here? What's happening at 3 o'clock into 3:15? Something really important happens. Yeah. So, do we need to care about this? This is just a retest of our 84. Let's see if we flip it. We can go back to this in a second. I just want to watch this. These sellers are so scuffed here into this low. We have 1 minute until MOC volatility. 84 offer held so far.
1 minute now until we get the markets on close imbalance.
See if they put in a higher low. Yes, just rejected 90s as well. It's been our pivot. Mm.
10 seconds. Market on close imbalance, S&P 500, sell side 456 million, Nasdaq 100, buy side 70 million, Dow 30, sell side 153 million, Mag 7, a sell side of 60 million.
They're taking in size into 85 still. A little bit of a battle. Nice look below. We just want to see this look above now, sustain above if we're going to get it. The rotation up.
So keep in mind we're now less than 10 minutes away to the top of the hour where earnings season continues. Most noteworthy is Alphabet reporting again at the top of the hour, estimated EPS of $2.18 with an estimated revenue of $79.6 billion. Also at the top, T-Mobile due to be printing with an estimated EPS of $2.69 and an estimated revenue of $21.01 billion. So 5 minutes past the top of the hour, Tesla are due to be reporting as well, with an estimated EPS of 42 cents and an estimated revenue of $22.64 billion. And then 10 past the hour, IBM due to be reporting, with an estimated EPS of $2.62 and an estimated revenue of $16.59 billion. So again, according to the slate, Alphabet and T-Mobile due to be reporting first tonight at the top of the hour.
That's amazing. Great job. Remember, it's not real until you take it out. Pay yourself. All right, awesome. Make sure you're saving some for taxes as well. It's a big step when you go from being unprofitable to now being profitable. Make sure that you're saving now that you're profitable, or you're going to get caught with a tax bill that's very unexpected. All right, amazing. Just keep up the consistency. Don't get greedy. Don't change anything, right? Just refine. 7 sessions of green in this market is great. I would definitely go back if you haven't already and analyze what you've been doing right. Make sure that you mark what you've been doing right, and then just try to keep up with that consistency. Now is your time to refine. Full rotation of balance here off of our flip from our look below, and then bid above, stepping up into our top balance here. Need to show interest above this 300, 310 for anything more, or this is just where they offer it again. Good job, Roy. See if we can find a buyer here on the back of bottom of balance for a hold and then a rotation up, or if they flip this. Unsure. But there's a lot more buying demand now here on retest.
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, again, we're due to get earnings from Alphabet with an estimated EPS of $2.18 and an estimated revenue of $79.6 billion. Also at the top of the hour, T-Mobile due to be reporting with an estimated EPS of $2.69
This hold is
with
incredibly
an estimated
important.
revenue of $21.01 billion.
Buyers should try to seek for a push higher off of that hold. It's still a great risk off into 300, but if you have the ability to hold a runner with that hold at the low, bid now has the chance to step in here for a higher low and a pop. Yeah. Yep. Taking out our highs. This is just a perfect example of a recovery of balance. Back into our offer, rotation back down to demand to test to make sure this is real, and then taking out highs. We should be able to get a little bit more follow through. What's up, man? I'm doing all right. Hope you are as well. It's a tough market. Some really nice moves, but patience is required. That is for sure. 2 minutes till market close, and then ER volatility. A lot of big names today. I would not be positioned after market. Close into market. Market close. That is for sure. You've got Google, Tesla, IBM. Who else? A bunch of people. IBM, AT&T, GE, Chipotle, QS, O'Reilly, Hasbro.
One minute now to expect earnings from Alphabet and T-Mobile. If they're released at the same time, I'll lead with Alphabet's earnings.
I think the biggest change was adding CVD onto the 15-minute footprint. Gives me confidence to stay in trade while I see action in my favor. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? So you can just better visualize absorption. If that helps you, I totally get it. We've got a couple lessons on CVD. I think it's a great indicator if used properly.
Ten seconds to the top.
If you had the balls to hold, this is a great PT. I would be closed now. Market's done. Earnings are going to come out. Maybe you hit the lotto. Maybe you lose it all. I don't know. I don't care.
Still waiting on earnings reports here.
But that's your full rotation. Okay, let's go over this real quick. So this is such a beautiful balance trade on both sides. So we got our short off of the failure. We have these buyers who are offsides into our highs. We have offer stepping down, reoffering a lower high, right? So this now becomes our risk, where we're watching these guys to see if they're going to maintain. As long as they're maintaining offside, there's nothing to do other than rotate back down to balance low, right? That becomes PT. That's a very, very easy short to take because we understand where bid needs to step above for price to expand. We then see the bid try to step in here in the
Seeing
mid
results
and fail.
from T-Mobile now. EPS coming in at a beat, $2.84 against $2.49 year over year. Revenue, that's a beat at $21.13 billion on estimates of $21.01 billion. Its capex, a beat $2.4 billion on estimates of $2.35 billion. Total customers revenue is a beat at $132.78 million on estimates of $132.15 million. Adjusted EBITDA, that's a beat at $8.55 billion on estimates of $8.41 billion. Forward guidance, they see their fiscal year core adjusted EBITDA at $33.3 to $33.7 billion within the prior estimate of $33.5 billion. They see their fiscal year capex at about $9.5 billion, slightly below the prior estimate of $9.51 billion. They see their fiscal year post-paid net customers plus 6.1 million to plus 6.4 million, which is a beat on the prior estimate of 5.94 million.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a word in. I honestly don't know. Okay, so we see this guy who's offsides in the top of our range. We then see
earnings from Alphabet come through now. Second quarter revenue, that's a beat at $96.43 billion on estimates of $93.97 billion. EPS a beat at $2.31 on estimates of $2.18. Google ad revenue a beat at $71.34 billion on estimates of $97.71 billion. RevX TAC at $81.72 billion, a beat on estimates of $79.6 billion. Google Cloud revenue is a beat at $13.62 billion on estimates of $13.14 billion, and Google Ads revenue is a beat at $9.8 billion on estimates of $9.56 billion. Operating income, that's a beat at $31.27 billion on estimates of $31.07 billion. Forward guidance, they see their fiscal year capex about $85 billion. Previously, they saw about $75 to $73.31 billion, so a beat on their fiscal year capex estimates as well. Shares rising 2% after the Q2 revenue and EPS beat estimates. Also, Google's search and other revenue was a beat at $54.19 billion on estimates of $52.86 billion, increasing investment in capex 2025 to about $85 billion. So again, beats across the board from Alphabet in their Q2 earnings report. Also an increase in their fiscal year capex estimates as well for forward guidance.
There is literally no liquidity in this move. Okay. So we get we see this guy's
slight
upsides,
beats across the board here,
rotation
just
down.
seeing choppy price action in post-market trade. Currently trading around flat.
I'm muting him, turning him down.
Alphabet comments and say AI is positively impacting every part of the business.
All right. So get our hold, lower high, rotation down. We see buyers are getting trapped here in the mid, and they are then rotating down. What we want to see then happen
their estimated EPS is 42 cents. Their revenue estimate
is
$26.64 billion.
Offer the mid, right, where this pivot is. We want to hit our heads on this pivot here. We can see that they were getting absorbed here on footprint. And then we need to see the offer then sweep below and then hold this low as our shift of value, right, where the bid was. We want to then see them hold that. We then rotate back down to our original buy, right, just back to value.
Forward guidance estimates as well. Again, shares down around 1.4% in post-market trade now.
So all this move does is correct the news candle up, right? This news volatility where we were able to push above, where we took this long here at 70. All we do is rotate right back down to it, correct this structure, right? This poor structure that we created from the upside move, and then find a buyer. So we close our longs into that. Or sorry, we close our shorts into that.
Shares of Alphabet extending drop to
and then we wait.
Around just over 2% now. So keep in mind, any time from now, we're expecting Tesla to print their earnings as well.
Once we see the look over our 90, we are then looking for what? A look below, the ability for bid to step in, the bid then step above, and then the ability to then hold and defend our back into balance high, right? Do we see how this plays? This then becomes our risk. Once we see this look below, sell side failing, getting absorbed, right? The bid then maintaining above, sell side failing to push down. That's what this wick represents, right? Sell side failing to push down, the bid closing above and holding, and then we rotate up. What do we do once we rotate up? Is that the only opportunity that we're given? No, we know that in balance, on a look back in, recovery of our balance low, we look to trade into our high, right? Once we trade into our high, unless something crazy happens, we expect a rotation back down to our value low to retest. And then if this holds, this is important, if this holds, we can then look for a break of highs.
This negative move in the price action aftermarket is the surging.
Because what did we do?
So fiscal year capex, they see at about 85.
What is this telling us? Well, that's telling us that this buyer is now back in the market and everyone below is now offsides.
Shares now down 2.3.
Their chance to break this was, right, we wanted to see them push below and then re-hold this, trapping the buyers up here. What do we do instead? We trap sellers below, right? We are now back inside value, and we have shown that this buyer is now seeing this as value again. So this is now worth putting risk on, because we have seen the seller try their hardest, and bid steps up. We can now play this rotation back through. We then take out highs. We then sustain mid where the offer was absorbing before. This is now flipped to where our bid is. So Roy took a long here at 95, which is great. It's fine as a momentum trade. As long as your risk is limited, right? and then we look for upside. What did we do here off of our push above? Well, we retest our edge where we were absorbing into 300, 310, right? We then hold our range high, and then we rotate up off of it. Yeah? So this is just like a perfect to the T, showing you both sides of balance. It's the same thing on both sides, right? We have a hold of our low, balance low, and offer. We have a hold of our high and bid, right? A hold of our high and bid. It's the same thing on either side. We have a recovery of our balance and a rotation through.
IBM come through now. Their revenue
We have a hold of our balance, and then we have a hold of our high and rotation up. Do you see how these are all just the D-distribution volume profile concepts?
5.49 billion. Consulting revenue was a beat at 5.31 billion on estimates of 5.21 billion, and their operating EPS was a beat at $2.80 on estimates of $2.62.
What are our D-distribution volume profile concepts?
IBM's free cash flow for the second quarter was higher than expected, 2.85 billion on estimates of 2.77 billion. For forward guidance, they see their fiscal year FCF above $13.5 billion. They saw about $13.5 to $13.56 billion.
Our profile concepts are if we're above value high,
book of business stands at over $7.5 billion.
we look for this as a supportive hold. That's your top of balance, right? If we enter back in, we look for a rotation through from a look above. This liquidity is then offsides, right? We look for a look back through, and then a push to POC, and then value low. From value low, we look to see if we then can hold balance. If this mid holds as resistance, we can then look for a push down on a failure to look back into value, right? This then becomes our resistance. This is just balance. We watch our mid to see if that offers holds. Do we see how this trade is just this mid and then rotation below our value and then rotation down? Right? And then this is just our value high here, and this trader is offsides, and all we do is retest our value high as resistance from a look below, and then we rotate through value. Do we see that this is just a rejection of our POC, right? A failure to get back up to value high. So we have seen a shift of value. Do we see that, if you are unfamiliar, this is a volume profile. This is your value high. This is your value low. This is a D distribution. Are these concepts clicking? Like I really, like this is all you need to be profitable in the market, is like just building strategies around these concepts.
Tesla earnings coming through now. Revenue a miss, 22.5 billion on estimates of 22.64 billion. EPS 33 cents against 42 cents year over year, and adjusted EPS is a miss at 40 cents on estimates of 42 cents. Gross margin 17.2% on estimates of 16.5%. So again, misses from Tesla on their revenue and adjusted EPS. Year over year EPS also lower than expected as well.
Again, I've made a cheat sheet on this. If you go into the indicators, there's a very nice cheat sheet on volume profile plays. But it's the same thing for balance, because a balance is going to be a D profile. That is a balanced profile. Right? So a balanced area can be treated the same way as a D profile or a D distribution, because it is. It literally is. And so we can look for trades that follow the same principles. You can see that this is a D profile.
Comments from Tesla coming through now. They say the Cybercab will continue to pursue revolutionary unboxed manufacturing strategy and is scheduled for volume production.
If I had held my long, yeah. If you had held your long, we would have gone the opposite direction, bud. Good try, though.
Tesla say their plans for new vehicle launches this year remain on track.
I mean, listen, like you can, like I said, you can hold your long, but if you get stopped out, you have a potential. Remember the time when I held long through Tesla ER and I took like 70 points? You guys remember that? In slippage? Just like understand like this move happens because there is no liquidity in the market. This is minimal contracts being traded and price pushing. So like I want like yeah, we're going up, but like you play this not with futures in a highly leveraged market. You play this with some sort of option or something like that. Like you don't use something that has unlimited risk where you can get slapped out, especially on like a prop account. Oh my god. Well, first of all, you're not going to meet your you're going to destroy your account by trying to play these like large volatile moves because you're going to have a day that's way too much profit compared to your others, and then you're going to have to then meet that demand, right? Because they require consistency. So if you have a day where you're playing volatility and you're not taking consistent trades, and now you have a day that you've made, you know, $10,000 off of a move, you've now moved your profit target up that you need to then make on a prop account.
Also, their free cash flow is
it's much better to be consistent on prop accounts than it is to try to catch lottos, because you can really screw up your payouts by playing volatility like that. Because they require consistency for payouts, a lot of these prop firms. So all of a sudden, like your next payout, and you were, you know, if you were consistent, you would have been able to take a payout, you know, for every $2,000 you make, and you take a $500 payout or whatever it is, and then you have one day where you make like $8,000 or $10,000 on a volatility day. Now you've screwed up your entire consistency cycle, and now you're going to have to make more money to meet your payout requirements. It's much better to just be consistent with it. I promise you. Like, yes, this move sucks that you didn't catch it, but like also, like, what you're gambling on multiple ERs on tech. I don't know. It's just so not worth. And again, like your fill is like, I mean, you have to have a limit, and then maybe you get filled or maybe you don't. I mean, like I had a limit stop on my NQ call, and I was like 300 points in the money, and I still got stopped out on Tesla ER for negative.
US Commerce Secretary
Like if there's no liquidity, you're not getting filled, and it doesn't matter where your limit is. Yeah, I mean, just it's, I don't know. Gambling is, I mean, it's all gambling, right? But let's be smart about it. Can't believe we're back here into this awful garbage. Dude, if this is the top still, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm just gonna move all this over. None of it is shifted. Only ES has moved. What? Oh, it only counts if it's a new all-time high? The IQ is surely moved. I mean, I don't know what to. We can look for a projection on ES.
Second quarter automotive gross margin ex regulatory credits at 15%.
Here, this is my projection. Stacked 15-minute for projection targets. Easy. It's just fibs, right? That's all the targets are. So it's just doing the fibs for you. You can see we're just balanced. It's the same as before. It's just we're back into this the same balance. I don't really have any projections for NQ. I think you're gonna have to wait for the Tesla call to give out a bit more information, as Tesla is the market, as usual. All right, I'm out of here. I think today was good. I hope people are getting a bit better at these how to play these slower markets. I don't know, man. It's very quiet. I don't like it when it's quiet. It makes me feel like everyone's losing money. I want questions. Like if you're struggling, this is your time to ask questions. When we're sitting in chop for an hour and we have nothing to do, like ask questions if you're struggling. Like let's work on it, you know? Don't just like sit in with your emotional damage. Like let's work on it. That's why I'm here. Like if you are struggling, be vocal. Please. I think like 90% of our trades today on the with our positioning tool played. It's just gotta be patient, let things wait. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, just sizing correctly then. It's just like making sure you're not over leveraging. Go and review your bad trades today. Go and review your good trades. See if you can change anything. If you're being consistent with your sizing, or if you're taking outline losses that are outliers compared to your average, right? Like if you're taking larger than average losses, let's figure it out. Do you have a positive or negative expectancy? That's what's important. It's going to be very hard to make money if you have a negative expectancy. And the smaller your expectancy is in dollar value to your win rate, the harder you're going to have achieving profitability in the long term, in my opinion. So we want to either limit the trades that you're taking, or we want to limit the size that you're putting on and your loss size so that you have a positive expectancy, so you could even have a 50% win rate and still be profitable, right? By limiting your risk. You don't need to win every trade. You just need to have a positive expectancy and manage your losers. It's the most important thing. And then just compound gains. All right, we'll talk more tomorrow. If no one has any questions or anything, it is what it is. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.